Okay, so I'm back at the drawing tablet and where I left off the other day, and hopefully you can see kind of how I'm going. It's a little hard to kind of get an angle that's usable, but we'll go with what we've got. We'll go with our watercolor wet brush, and we'll go with a black linear surface. And we'll go this kind of a hard to know what to do. But we're going to try making a colourful. Now, where did I put the glove thing? I don't know what I've done with the glove. Oh, there it is. Okay, I'll put that on so I'm not smashing the screen with my dirty paw prints. My hands are clean, but you don't want to put pressure on the glass with just a hand because it just dirties the glass. It doesn't matter how careful you are. It will give the glass a smudged up appearance. Now I do have a cleaning cloth border glass. So I'm going to go with some colours that are going to kind of work, and we'll see how we can make this happen. And what I would like to get out of this is a bit of a better defined line down these bottom edges here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to come in a little higher. I'm going to come down here, and we're going to define these little bits here just to create a bit of contrast there where there is literally no contrast happening. Get a bit of contrast there. And of course, we want to maintain as much of a there we go. So you can see already there with that bit of contrast there, it's completely changed the whole thing. Now we're going to go a little darker on these edges here. Now there's a bit of brown there, so we're going to let the brown still stay there. We're just going to have a little bit of the darker mingle with it. And around here, around the base, where the pants are kind of merging in with the other things, we're going to just get a bit more definition happening there. And like anything, I mean, if you tweak it a bit and you just work as you go, you'll find ways to improve things here and there that you otherwise may have not thought about. Little areas that could really pop other areas. So here, now we've got to think about this part here, because actually we're going to go back into the yellows here and go back here. We're not going to do black. We're going to have because the sky is the colour that it is, we don't want to destroy that. So we're going to keep our lines happening. We're going to keep our lines going where they need to be. And we've got a bit of hairy line here. Because of course we're not going to have everything exactly how we'd perfectly like it to be. We're just going to have it to where it's blended enough to work and to give us an outline that we need. Now, I don't know, there's all these programs that people have where the program's pretty much doing it for you. I don't like those programs. I like to be the creator of my own shapes and my own colours, if I can. Like I said, I prefer canvas and paint. But canvas and paint costs a lot to do. When you spend years doing it, it's a lot of money. Look, and we just had a problem there. So I need to go back to, where is my correction? We need to reverse it out a bit. Hang on a second. Where is my palette? My, no. Where'd it go? Hold on a second. I need to refix this. Is this the one I've just fixed? No, it's not. I didn't save it. So now I've just made a mistake because I didn't save. Okay, oh no, it may. Working area. Yeah, okay. Ah, okay, so it didn't save what I had, so you've got to save. So all those things I just did, are now, okay, this is being a problem because before you have your edit and your, okay, what's happened to that? Where'd all that go? We're at that, we're at this 4 point, we're at the 3.8 settings. It's not allowing, oh, there it is. Edit, file, layer. Okay, so I'll have to do that again. Okay, so what did I already do? I had... Alright, so we're going to go back to the black. You go back to the layer. No, oh good lord. We're on the wrong one. Watercolour, black. Pitch black, black is what we want. Okay, so we're going to go back to... Now, see, if you don't save your work as you're going, this is what happens. You've got to save it as you go. I'm just remembering all of this stuff that I totally used to do years ago and can't remember to do now. So we go back again and we pop everything again because this is what I saved yesterday. So I've luckily only done a little tiny bit of work. Not enough to make a massive difference. But enough to sort of go, okay. What had I done? I had gone round here and made different colour choices in here. I can change this to any colour I want, really. It doesn't have to be any specific way. However, I do want it to blend. So I think I had yellow. I had a gold colour. So I had a yellow. And I was yellow, red, yellow, red, yellow, orange. So I'm going to go yellow here. I think I had yellow, black, orange. Oh, I can't remember. It was like a bumblebee. Anyway, we're going to figure this one out. Yellow. Really is just... If you don't save... So right now, I want to press File. I want to press Save. So I've got another save there. So if this comes crashing down, or I stuff up again, like I did a minute ago, I'll have sufficient colour, sufficient things ready to go. So, and we'll go yellow on this very tip corner here, yellow. Now, zoom back in. Hey, Senate. Hey, Karen. Hey, ST. Hey, Bowser. Let me have a look. Who else is here? Ponies. Hey, Ponies. Hey, Nicole. Welcome to the crazy drawing segment. Alright, so now I'm going to also, I've just realised something about up here. So I'm going to correct this up here. I was turning that into hair, but I'm not going to do that now. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go back up here. I'm going to go to a fleshy colour. I'm going to lighten that fleshy colour there. And that's going to become the neck. And then I'm going to just put some highlighted fleshy colours in here. So that you can clearly see there's more skin here. And there's a nose there. I was watching some California bushfires. My goodness me, there's a lot going on down there. It isn't good at all. Now, whilst I'm here, I'm going to pop a bit of skin tone colour here on the toe. There. I'm going to pop across here. I'm going to get the toes a little bit more pinky. So there's a little bit more distinction there with that foot. It would otherwise not be noticeable. So that gives that a bit more, and then we're just going to give a little bit more definition around the area there. Now in the meantime, baby over here, who has all different colours happening, we're going to have a little bit more definition here, just to give it a little bit more of a and here on the knuckles of this weird hand, which isn't really a very good hand. Alright. I'm not sure about that. I don't know. That was a wise move there. That might not have been the best way to go about things. Okay, that's working now. So the trick is, when you're putting things like this in, you want to get up a little closer. Actually, we're going to edit. We're going to undo. Because I've got the pen too thick. I need to make the pen thinner, and I need to be on full on black. So let's go 1, 2, 3. And this is where you get right up into the pixels here. This is where the 4K comes into things. It's so easy to work with compared to a pixelated screen of HD. So this is where you pay a little bit extra to get the 4K resolution, and it pays off in unbelievable ways. And you just end up with a better. Now, baby's going to have weird coloured nails. They're going to be blue. The same colour as baby's eyes. Bluey aqua. So we got blue aqua there. Now, what colour eyes shall we have for this lady over here? I think we'll go with a greeny aqua, like a darker green. I'm going to zoom right in on her because she's like got really, really, really pixelated there. That's like extreme pixelation. Super fine on our pen. Now, if I zoom back out and we go to our little that gives us our colour plus our eye being better. So now we've got lady with green eyes, lady with baby with blue eyes. And this down here is going to stay dark. This one here, we're going to go to a white to the corner here, and we're going to pop a little white eye there. And that white eye is going to bulge slightly. And then we're going to have a brownish colour, like here, that one. We're going to zoom in. We're just going to go brown. And then we're going to have a black iris, of course, as you would. And then we're going to go back to our white, and we're going to just flick that glaze of white over the top, like so. Actually, no, that's not going to work. Let's go completely white, and then let's go really white. Then we're going to come back over here. We might go with a bit of a hazel colour. Hazel. I don't know if the hazel's going to work because it's not really popping that eye. We might go with a more of a green, light green eye. I think, yeah, I think that's a better colour. More like a aquarish green. And then we'll go to our black corner. Pick that. And we'll go right in the dot there. Now I'm going to come back up here to a pinky colour. I'm going to put some pink lip part there. And I'm going to go to an orange again and a skin tony colour. Maybe here. And just correct that back in. So that's definitely where it should be. Okay, now we'll zoom back out and see if that's better. Oh, there we go. So now we've popped all the eyes apart from this one here. I don't know if I should touch her eyes or not. I think I won't. I'll leave them be. How you going, Skell? I know, I just caught the tail end of it. It's pretty cool. ST, welcome, hi. Karen, welcome, hi. How you going, Senate, today? How are you today? Hope you're well. So what I want to do now, before I start on any other parts I thought I had, I'm going to press save first of all. Let's go back to save. So we've got it continuously saved. What I want to do is, I thought I fixed the belt yesterday, but I obviously mustn't have. So I'm going to pop a little hand pocket here. Actually, no. I'm not going to do that. Undo, undo, undo. Okay. I'm going to... Let's get this belt fixed up, because it's really bothering me. So let's make it work. Now, what sort of a belt would this person be wearing? They're out in the desert. I know what they could have on their belt. What they could have is they could have portions. Now, there's old Western belts that carry cartridges. And things like that you can use. Now I'm getting these pixels happening again. So I'm going to flop them onto this point here. I'm kind of working a little bit roughly because I'm leaning over the tablet at a weird angle. This is what I did the other day, and boy did I pay for it that night. I had a very sore neck, and it was not fun. So what I'm going to do there is we're going to go up, and we're going to go for a lighter tan. Just going to do our mid section, which is going to give us the illusion of pouty bars there. And then we'll go even lighter after this. Okay, there's that little bit there. Then we're going to go up even lighter. And towards the middle, we're going to really pop that. And then you have the illusion of the belt having riffles happening through it. Sorry about this, it keeps on. Where am I at? Hang on. Oh, you're not even seeing what I'm doing. Okay. I'll turn it slightly that way. There we go. So you can see now how it looks like riffles are happening there. Then we go even slightly lighter. And right in the middle points. And that just really gives the illusion of light kind of flying off the edges. So it looks like it's got some light coming off of it. Now, another thing we could put on the belt, well, actually what we'll do, we'll go back into the black, hook that on, and we'll leave a spot there that's wide, and we'll go across again. Now, I'm not going to be correct with what I'm doing here because my lines are all over the darn place, and I'm sitting at an angle which is really not good. So while they should be getting closer together as they move further away, It's not going to work like that for me. I've kind of got it going in a different direction, but that's okay. We can work with that. Go back onto our colour, back to our browny colour, our light brown. Like a burnished browny, yellowy brown. I like those. I like this, the colour palettes on this particular program. They're really basic, but they do a good job. And we'll go a little bit lighter there. And move up a little more. Go a little lighter. A little more lighter. 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 Okay. So we now got the belt kind of giving us some kind of a thing. Now, let's zoom out and have a look at what we're at. Okay, so we've got a lot happening with structures and colours. We've got the tail here, which is very structured and very defined. We've got the leaves wrapping around there that are defined, and we've got the belt. We need to balance it a little more. It is balancing, but it's not balancing as good as I'd like it to. So we need something to balance it a bit more. What I'm thinking is we need something over here on the tips of the leaves. So we've got trees, so we're going to do some leaves. But we're not going to do realistic leaves. We're going to do weird leaves. They're going to be strange. So let's go. Zoom back in. Just a little. Bring it down. Here. Actually, move across there. I'll move this out a little bit so you can see what I'm doing. Now, if I was in this picture and I was going to be doing something, actually I'm going to go to that black there. If I was a leaf, what would I look like? I really just don't know. So I'm just going to go with whatever flow I feel like is happening. Okay. Okay. That's a strange looking shape. Don't know if you can see it or not, but it's right here. There's apparently a whole heap of shortcuts I could be using to colour these things in, but I don't know. I think doing it yourself is probably more rewarding than allowing a computer to do it for you. I have no idea how to do it with the computer. I just know how to do it by myself, but I don't know how to do the computer to make it happen. I'm hopeless like that. I just don't have that kind of ability. What I'm going to try now is I'm going to come up to a colour that is down here, but it's reflected differently. So we're going to go here with a colour that you wouldn't really think was going to happen. It is a colour that does occur, though, in flowers in nature, but you wouldn't think it was going to be... Actually, it is a leaf colour as well. I have a plant that has a colour like this. Very similar. Colour is so important. If you get the colour wrong, you can stuff the whole thing. Okay, and we'll go, once again, we go to a lighter, little bit of lighter shade. Certain points. Give a bit of definition, a bit of depth. just to kind of point out certain parts. And we'll go across to an almost opaque colour. Okay, so that's what our leaf is going to look like on that particular part of the plant. Now let's go back, pop our pen down, and now we're going to go out of that. It's going to come another shape. We're going to go back onto a dark purple again. And we're going to make this a bit bigger, so it's a bit quicker to fill in. And it feels like winter today to me. We're in the middle of summer over here. And I feel like I'm sitting in a wintry closet house with ice and snow for some weird reason. It's really cold in this house today. It's a good thing because I'm not boiling hot, but it's just weird. Okay, so we've got that one. We're going to go a little darker this time in here. And just get a bit of darkness happening there just to outline the edges that we want to outline and have a little dark part there and a little darkness in here. And we're going to go even darker and get right in there. And then I'm going to just move that brush down so it's that little bit more defining on these really strong parts. Mind you, nature is usually never perfect. If you really look closely, it looks perfect. It looks like everything's exactly the same. But when you really look into it, it isn't. It's actually like a snowflake and stuff like that. Nothing's ever exactly perfect. So, when you're doing any kind of art, whether it be realistic art or surreal art, whichever way you go, don't worry too much if it isn't perfect. I'm going to go across to a lighter purple up the top. Just around those rims there. And just up there on that little edge there. Little down the middle there. And it's amazing how just the littlest movements make a difference. You can see now how it's kind of defining and giving a little bit more definition to where certain key points are, so you can kind of go, ah, that seems to be sticking out a bit more here, or that seems to be doing something there. And it's a really excellent way to do things. So now we've got like a almost flowery flower. Yeah, the purple is a good contrast. It is a good contrast. Now let's reverse out of it. Let's go to save, so we don't mess it up. And then, so you can see how I'm tying in the colours. So there's purple down here, there's purple there. It's tying the diagonal across and making it work as far as where your eye goes. Your eye goes purple, purple, red, red, yellow, yellow, light blue, and the blue up there. They're not really the same blue, but it's still blue, blue. So these little details will most definitely enhance whatever it is that you're doing artistically. And just there, I've just added a little bit of darkness to kind of make a bit of a shadow. Okay, so now I should really be zoomed in on that, but that's okay. If I zoom in now, it's going to be, that's too wide. Okay, I need to kind of shave that back. There we go. And just get that definition happening there. Just in there. Like, this is a free program. This Medibang is a free program. You can use it on any Androids or anything. It's really, for a free program, I would highly, highly, highly recommend it. Called Medibang Pro. And it does a couple of different things. You can go on to drawing, you can go on to animation, and I think that gives you like grids and things to work with. So there's quite a few things you can do. Let me go to the black there. Now, we're going to flip. We're going to save, and then we're going to flip. Now, how do I flip it? There's a way to flip. Navigate, flip. So I'm going to show you a neat trick here. Okay, so we got what you think is our flower. We're going back and we're going to just quickly finish that darkening definition just on those edges there. And then we're going to do another one. And this one's going to be working upside down on. So this is where I'm coming down here. Just doing it this way quickly so I can, it's so cool that you could flip this stuff upside down, because when I'm working on a drawing, I turn my paper round and round and round in circles as I'm working. Because I don't know what it is that it's going to end up being, so it doesn't matter what direction I'm going in, it'll turn out whatever it's supposed to turn out as, depending on if I'm upside down or whatever, it doesn't matter. So, do a little bud there. I have no idea, just doing whatever I can do, and see what happens. I'm not too concerned about getting this completely right at this stage, because I will be colouring out over the top in a moment, and it's going to be another purple, but more of a pinky purple this time. So we're going to go with a pinky purple, and we're going to bring our brush right up to about here. Actually, we're going to bring our brush right out there, just to get it in there nice and quick. So just changing the shade of the colour a little. Doesn't have to be identical. I really think that imperfection is far nicer than perfection. Some would say that's a lazy person's view. I would say it's the view of somebody who realises that there is no perfection. There's no such thing as being a perfect thing. So therefore, now, one thing. I've just had it. Okay, I'm going to fix this through this. There we go. Voila, all done. I don't know what colour this is, but I like it. It's like the bubblegum purple that you get in the bubblegum, Hubba Bubba bubblegum. Consequently, back in the 1980s, Hubba Bubba was huge in Australia. And if you were a kid, all you ever wanted to do was be able to chew on a piece of Hubba Bubba. You were a cool kid if you did. I thought only super rich people had chewing gum. And then when I started earning some pocket money, I was able to buy my very first piece of bubble gum, which I was thrilled with. Seems stupid, but that's what, back in the 80s, we didn't have all these artistic-y, computery things to work with. So we had to work with other things like dirt and mud, and you hung out and played mud patty pies. Now I'm going to put this brush down a little. And things like playing outside. You weren't literally, you were told to piss off and hang outside until dinner time as much as possible by your parents. So you kind of didn't argue about it. You just went and occupied yourself. And if you had no friends, you just made things up yourself and did whatever. It was fantastic when you think about it. Like my childhood and the things I was able to accomplish in my childhood that gave me the imagination that I now have, that I can now use to make things like this. Well, most people will use an AI assistant to make something like this because they wouldn't think of it. And some of these AI things are insanely good. Like some of the AI drawings are crazy. And I'm going to go one more light, super light, just on a certain point. And remembering this is all zoomed in right now, so we're gonna hit save before we forget and stuff something up. We're gonna spin our picture around again, back up the top, and have a look at that colour. Now, I'm liking this colour transition now. I'm liking it. I think it looks good. We've got the lighter colour up the top, darker colour down the bottom. It's really cool. And now we need to zoom back in, bring it down here, bring it here, and outline better. So we'll go to black, press on your black, get some darkness happening. Get some definition happening. And get it round and going up. Now, I don't know if I've made a mistake here, because I feel like I may have. Slight mistake. I may have added too much detail on these ones. But then again, maybe not. It doesn't really matter. Honestly, it doesn't really matter. It's just whatever you decide you want to do. My steadiness is not good today. I'm not going steady the way I would ordinarily be. I'm not feeling steady with the hand. Don't know why. Feeling a bit weird today. Yeah, that wasn't very good. And apparently you can program the machine to do it for you, to where it'll literally help you do it. So let's go here. Go up a little bit more there. Purple, purple. And even in this kind of a thing, like, even a mistake can be a good thing. Like the fantastic artist Bob Ross used to say, a happy little mistake is a good one. Lots of little happy mistakes that we make when we're doing art that we just see and go, wow, that actually works. We might not have wanted it to do that, but it works. Now, I go back up here, we zoom back out. Yeah, I like it. That's pretty good. And it looks like it's closer than this one. So it looks like that one's closer than that one. So, zoom back in again. Go back up. Spin her upside down again. First we'll file and save. Always important, if you're using one of these programs, always save your work. Don't do what I did and get it wrong. Oops. How do I go backwards? Oh, can't. There we go. Okay. Now we're going to go over here and fix something up. Hey, Ross Mobile, how you doing? Hope you're good. Ross Mobile is a fantastic artist. Draws absolutely stunning stuff that I wished I could do. People, can draw people. He can draw people like you wouldn't believe. Which is a skill that is something that's not easy to do. At all. So we're going to go still with the purple spectrum, but we're going to go a little bit more towards the pink again, like the Frushi colour pink. These kinds of pinks. It's more like a... that's a good colour. I'm going to go back here. It's even more pink than the other pink. Make my brush bigger. Ross, you should grab one of these tablets if you haven't got one already. They are absolutely amazing. I usually paint on canvas, and I don't really like a digital paint thing, but these are great. Like, you feel like you are just drawing on paper, depending on which one you get. This is a Huon Canvas Pro 24 4K. So 24-inch tablet. And you can use the entire tablet if you choose to for your surface area. So you can have the entire thing as your surface area. And then you can allocate your programming to a different there's a little programmer thing box that comes with it that allows you to program yourself a little box thing. And oh my goodness, it's a joy to work with. I have never experienced anything like it. I had a Wacom tablet years ago, which was just the one that doesn't show you your drawing. Look, your drawing came up only on your computer screen, so you weren't actually working as if you were drawing on a piece of paper. You were drawing on the tablet, but having to watch your screen to get the angles you wanted and things like that. And that was kind of strange using that. Mind you, I did enjoy it at the time. It was the leading technology. I did enjoy it. But out of that and this is far better a program. Far better. Now, I don't know what I've done there, but something ain't right. It's feeling wrong. Need a darker, just a bit darker around the bottom there. Just a little bit darker there. A little bit darker here. A little darker there. Okay, let's go back up to a lighter colour there. It's still darker, but it's lighter. And we go right across here. And then we're going to go right over to the light. We're going to go small, small, small on our brush and do just some yeah, I envy people like Ross who can draw people and do it with ease and do it so beautifully, capturing the person's emotions, and it doesn't look like it's a staged drawing. I mean, there's a lot of people who can copy photos and things, and it comes out staged, but some people are very talented and they're able to articulate these things in a way where you can see there's a I'm going to just go here first for a second. I'm going to go right to the white. And these are like super pressure sensitive. They have like so many hundreds of pressures, thousands of pressures. I think it's 8,000 points of pressure that they'll pick up on. And they have the ability to tilt like a pencil. Now we're going to go back. We're going to go right back down. We're going to go to complete black. And we're going to define. We're going to zoom in a little. Come down here. Starting to get to where we can see the pixels again, because we're zoomed right in. I get annoyed when I can see the pixels. It just starts to feel digital too much then. Mind you, it's not so bad on this program and on this tablet. It's pretty darn good for the size of the tablet. The pixelization is pretty darn good, I do have to say. Not bad. I would recommend this above maybe the other one that's out there, the X Pen, simply because the Huion tablet does have its own glass, which is the other one has a protection screen as opposed to its own glass. This has its own glass, so the glass is going to last a lot longer as a drawing surface than a protective screen. And you can replace the protective screen, however, it's apparently very difficult to do. I looked right into all of this before deciding which one I was going to get. They were similarly priced. I think the X Pen's slightly cheaper than the Huion, but really a pittance between them. Not much of a difference, so not really anything worth, worrying about. It's either or. You either just pick them for the features or you pick them for the price. But when it's only like a $20 difference, you pick it for the feature. And of course, we're going to turn our art around again. And we're going to zoom back out. Up, out, not in. Back out. Back up. Back, there we go. Back down. And we're going to zoom out. We're going to go across and up. So that's where we're at. We're going to zoom one in. Oh, we'll zoom back out. Okay. We're going to go to File, Save. So now we've got some flowers happening, and the flowers then filtering our way, our looking back down. So purple connecting to the purples and then into a pinky colour. The pink then revolves back around to where we've got an orangey red, which then goes back into the red shirt. So we've got a nice colour grab, up and around. Now, what we can do with this, if we really want to pop it, is pop some little green bits of green in. So we're going to go onto our complete black. We're going to go zoom in again. We're going to come across, and underneath where our flowers are, just around little bits of wood, we're going to sprout out some little leaves, and they're going to be a little bit weird. They might even be extremely weird. They might even, yeah, I don't know what they're going to do, but anyway, we'll do that. So I'm just playing with it here. I'm not worried about it because in a minute you'll see why I'm not worried about it. Go for a dark forest green. We're going to up our brush and we're going to colour. This is why I'm not too concerned about it, because I won't see anything that I've drawn underneath it anyhow. We'll go back a little. I'm going to come up and go around. I'm just going to keep it in shape. So we've got a lot of shapes that are similar. So we've got shapes in here that are similar to, I'm just going to give him a bit of colour there, a bit of dark colour there. I'm actually going to move that down and continue that a little bit there along here. It's because that's the inner part of the leg. These pants will be fixed up fully at some point, just later on. They're pretty shabby right now. We go up here, just quickly. So we got some pants, we got some leaves. And again, whatever you feel like, whatever you think is appropriate for your canvas, your colouring, just try whatever you want and do whatever it is you want to do. Doesn't really have to be anything spectacularly awesome. It's just got to kind of blend. Go back to our black, push our brush back. Here we go. Now, I might just have to zoom on in a bit more because I'm being really rough here. I'm not really being careful with my pen stroke, with my brush stroke. I'm going a bit wild there. So we're going to go up and about. We're going to go here and about there, about there. So these leaves have different things. So they're going into different parts. And there's some that are better than other parts. So they're rippling all over the darn place. Probably a little out of the world. Now this is where it comes into the intricacies that we're willing to put into our drawings to pay off and give us something that has its own kind of life. And so these leaves are kind of bizarre. They're like something out of I don't know, something out of something weird. They're not obeying the laws of nature with the cellular structures, put it that way. They're kind of doing their own darn thing, making shapes they want to make, how they want to make them. And that is not a bad thing. Now what we will do here is we will bring so they almost look like stained glass leaves, really. A little bit like that. Doesn't look like it's very exciting yet. Give it a little bit. Randomness can change everything. Right, let's reverse. And we can see from far away now how that gives texture to the flowers who are plain coloured and don't really have anything happening on them. It makes them pop a bit more. Gives them a popping, and it ties everything in with the greenery down the bottom as well. So let's have a look. Okay. Now, there's a branch going into this person's back. So I don't know what that means, but anyway, it's just doing it. We're going to go very fine to the black. And we're going to zoom back in. We're going to go over here. And we're going to do one coming in this direction. This is like a super fine. Okay. Again, we're not too worried about the outline right now because we're going to fix that up later once we put the colour in. That'll come in a bit later on. So we'll go back to our greens. We're going to go to a really dark green here. We're going to bring in this forward and we're going to spray, spray, spray and get that dark green happening. Then we're going to go straight up for a light for underneath and just on the edge. And we're going to go even lighter light. I'm going to drop that down and we're going to use a very skilled light little bit there, a little bit there, a little bit there. And we're going to come down over here. We're going to lighten some parts of this. We're going to go across here, lighten again. Just random spots of light. Doesn't have to be perfect. Just has to do it. Back to our light colour top. Notice I'm not zooming in on this one here just yet. I'm waiting to zoom in because I really want to see how this is from a distance. Okay, now go back to our black. Pick our black. We're going to go back in to our now we're going to zoom in so we can get our definitions happening. And again, it's really following little lines that we can see in different spots. Some are more obvious than others. And it gives like a almost stained glass window effect. It's just random. It doesn't have to be anything major. It's almost similar to how a butterfly's wings go. They have all these little segments where the colours mingle and change, and it really works for them. As a matter of fact, It's a lot like a butterfly's wings. Okay, let's go back to File, Save, move, zoom out, move across. Zoom out. Okay, I like that. That's cool. Radio. So now I'm going to work on some more now there's something else that could be here, and I've just discovered what they are, and they're there. Now they're there. Zoom back in. Strange fruits. This one. This one here. Well, that didn't really work so well. Now what colour would they be? Oh, let's think about this. It'd probably be like a... Let's try a cherry red. Cherry red. Yeah, I think cherry red would be like a plummy red. Cherry red, plummy red. More cherry red. Plums are more purpley. Okay, so we've got some red. Dark red at the bottom here. Even darker. Even further down. So we get that dark, dark, dark colour happening first. Go up. No, next light red. Let's go right back. Zoom in and get those finer points done. And then go over here. And back there. Black. That's another thing. I envy people who can do fruit bowls and do fruit. Because that's something I can't do. Just never good at anything like drawing. Anything realistic, I'm hopeless at drawing. The only thing I can draw realistically is a horse. That's about it. But that's pretty much it. Anything else is impossible for me to do, just about. I wished I could be a realistic drawer. I think people who can draw realistically are so darn lucky. They have such talent. Okay, now I'm going to come across here. I'm going to make my brush slightly bigger. I'm going to just pop the cherry. Literally pop the cherry. Go a little more. I'll come back here. More up there. I want to go. Okay. Go down here. Put that down there. Pop that cherry. Rightio, now let's have a look. We'll go File, Save, and we'll zoom back out and one more in. Oh yeah, so that's now coming along quite nicely. I'm pretty happy with what we got so far. But we're not done yet. Not yet. We're gonna now, in the background, there's some place we'd like to be, which is gonna have we're going to have colours that are deserty. And we're going to go, oh yeah. Actually, I'm going to go up. Go back here. We're going to go back here. We'll go to a larger colour. And back down there to the darker. Okay, I'm going to go up, across. go back to black all the way down to there, and we go back to our outline. Okay, so now I've got I'm going to zoom in, and we're going to go up, we're going to go across. So that's like a little city of some kind. Okay. Flat top roof. Yeah. And we're going to pop a red door. There. Red door. And then we're going to get some kind of a darker colour there. And we're just going to give those windows a bit of a pepper spray. our black. Go back to here. We have doorway there. And that doorway is going to be green. Go back to black. We're going to put a little handle there. Door handles there. And we're going to do a railing up across here. Okay. Now we're doing a completely different picture. Yeah, it's coming on. It's getting there. Thanks for watching and commenting. Appreciate it. I get right into it and I just don't know what time it is even. What is the time? I don't even know. I'm assuming it's 2:22 it is. Yeah. And so this is a little town in the background. We're assuming all these people are coming from. And we'll zoom in again. And I'm going to bring this right up here. This here is going to be ancient blocks. So we've got ancient blocks working this way and that way. So this is like a very strange little town made of all different weird things. And the town has very strange... Oh, hang on a second. Very strange buildings. And we'll go right to the very edge. Again, that same effect we used on the belt. And then we're going to have some ridge capping going over here, which is going to then transform this roof to an actual roof. Even going to have a gutter pipe coming down the side, and we're going to make the gutter pipe a colour that'll contrast with the roof. It's almost virtually the same as the roof. Get back to black, all the way back. That's not quite small enough, 1.7. Unbelievable how very intricate you can get things happening with these modern day equipments. No, that's too big. Okay, so we're going to edit, undo, 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 edit. I don't know how many times I can undo. I know when I used to have other programs, you could only undo so many times and then it will stop. This seems to give you unlimited reversals, which is kind of good. Okay, now we're going to go back up here. We're going to go to our brush. We're going to actually come across there, go the darker brown, reddy brown. Going to break that down. Then we're going to go black. Come all the way back. Then we're going to go downwards. Then we're going to go light coloured and boom, 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 boom. Okay. Very good. I'm going to go back over here, back up here. Back across there, down here a little. Okay. We're going to have a little bit more this side there. That side there. And then I'm going to go across and up here slightly. So I have a slightly different colour here. Then over this side we're going to have an even more different colour around the edges there. Okay, so now we got our little town is starting to happen. So when we reverse back out, there's our little town right at the back. Looking pretty darn good. Now what we'd like to do with our little town is these bricks over here, we want them to be a little bit more on the desert sandstone colour side. So we're going to pop a bit of yellow in and around them, just so that they're a little bit more in keeping with the deserty colours. And we're going to go try and make them look distinguished as bricks. We're going to bring our brush back. Then we're going to go with a light colour up the top here to pop them right back out again. I go right up the very corner, brush right back. Really don't know what the heck think about this. I'm going to go darker over the edges here. I feel like ancient brickwork is so rough and rusticy. You can have it virtually looking completely insanely bad and it doesn't matter. It'll still work. As long as you got your darks and your lights transcending where they need to be, you'll have a decent brickwork. Have a decent looking brick from far away. Or even from close up, it'll still work. So that's pretty much where it's going to be. Now, of course, it's going to be lighter up the top. So we're going to go all the way along here. To where it then goes back to black. And we go back to the definition part of things, where we can define our edges. We might go to watercolour hard, and we'll go right down to almost 0. Then we can get, there we go. Now we got some definition. Now, why didn't I think of that earlier? Why didn't I think of that earlier? Because I wasn't thinking correctly. So now, we want real definition, we're going to get it. Got all our colours that are just where they need to be. This is how you make a brickish looking feature. That then curves around and goes all the way down that area. Okay, now that is perfection because it is allowing me to make an excellent outline here. Well, there you go. Now look at the outline there as opposed to the outline here. So once I get this back up and around, I can really have these windows popping well. If I want to not have them pop, then I don't have to. But because I've popped that other brickwork there, I will pop these. And then this is going to look like it's fully popped out once we get this happening. And we have some kind of thing going on up here to where the edges of the buildings are kind of getting defined a bit better now. Okay, so that in itself is its own very own little painting, really, isn't it? It's its very own little painting. And yeah, it's kind of popping it all right out. I'm totally ecstatic with this tablet. I really had no idea how it was going to work. I was actually afraid that it wasn't going to be as good as what I thought it would be, but it's actually exceeded all expectations that I had, and then some, and has given me extremely great results, given it's been so long since I've really utilized one of these. So it's kind of amazing me at this point. I'm pretty amazed by the whole thing. And this is again some more brickwork that's happening along the bottom here. And there is even thicker, double the brickwork. So it's kind of twice as big as the other brickwork. So now we got, hey Big, it is an amazing drawing tablet. It's bloody crazy how good it is. Like how close in you can get. And then if I remove that back out, look at that. It gives you extreme detail right up to the pixels. Like you can go right the heck up, right to the pixel if you want to. And it just allows you so much more freedom to work and get things done. And it's really crazy because you couldn't do this with pen and paper. You could, but it would be very, very hard to do it on such a scale to then reduce it back down. It would take a long, long time. It's taking long enough as it is on doing it on here, but it truly is fantastic how it's working out. And the watercolor brush that I've chosen, the watercolor hard brush, is bloody just goddamn fantastic. Yeah, I'm just totally blown away by the whole thing. And it's just a brilliant tool to have. Being a person who likes to draw an awful lot, it really is well suited to me, this particular tablet. I really like the feel of the pen and the look that it produces is really darn good. And you just get such a nice, a really nice up here, and we're going to go with the brown there. We're going to come to a fuzzy brown. So we're going to come to the edges here. We're going to do so I'm going to go off of hard to soft. Oh, we're going to remove that. You probably couldn't see that, but it did give me a big brown stainy looking thing happening. So I've gone to a soft watercolor brush. So when I'm painting actual canvases, I like to do brickwork. I love painting brickwork. It's one of my things that I enjoy. A lot of people hate tedious brickworky kind of stuff, but I love doing it. It just gives me happiness. I like tedious stuff. It keeps me from being anxious. It really stops me from thinking about anxious shit. Helps me to keep my wits about me and not let me continuously brood on anxiety. And you can see, like, it's such basic stuff. Like, it really is very basic. The stuff that I'm doing is quite basic. It's just a matter of having the patience to stick with it and to do over and over and over again very tedious stuff. Once you are capable of doing that, you can pretty much complete and do anything if you put your mind to it. It's not that difficult to do, as some people may think. It's a lot harder to do something like draw a person or an animal than it ever is to do any of this kind of stuff. This surreal stuff is so easy. Book illustrations, yeah, any day of the week, give them to me, I'll gladly get into them. And we want a yellowy colour there, just to go on the end part of the... Actually, that's too yellow. We want to go back up to an orangey colour, more than a yellow. That's better. Yeah, that's better, the orangey colour. just because we've already got yellow sand everywhere. Got quite a bit of yellow already through here. So we want a bit of a different colour on this particular type of brick. Then we're going to pop that with a lighter part again, just in our centre. Just a little bit. And we're going to go even lighter, I think, because I don't think that's light enough. There we go. There we go. That's what we were after. Just to reflect the light, so the bricks look like they're almost made of gold by the look of it. They're a bit like an El Dorado brick. Bit of sheen and shine on them. Okay. And a bit of sheen up here. There we are. Also on the roof, we're going to just do a little bit of a on the roof there. And this roof here, I'll do the same. Just a bit of a, what I might even do is increase the size of the brush a little bit more. There we go. Gives us a bit more of a softer result. There we go. This wall here can have a couple of bits that are lighter up the top part. There we go. Like so. These little subtle bits that you pop in change everything around. And I used to think, oh, there's no, point in doing all this stuff, but when you take that time to do it, it does change and make a better effect. So it does allow you to sort of pop certain aspects of the drawing. Makes things sort of like have a bit of a sheen to them. A bit of a shine and a sheen. And again, just a little bit more here. There we go. Now let's zoom out. And then we're going to go to save again. And there we go. This seems better to me because basically all the room for error. Yeah. It's super clear with YouTube. Wow. Okay, cool. It really is a great tablet. It really bloody is. And let's go right out and look at that. Like, how are you going to get that clarity in the background like this? And I mean, honestly, I could go into way more detail up there and just continue that and make that city go on and on and on. And it's insanely, like, it's crazy how much you can get stuck into this. It's like really crazy. I'm going to go back to my watercolour hard brush and I'm going to go down to my minimum and I'm going to go to my black. Completely black. Now, the definition that I had wanted earlier, that I've now discovered I can have, is going to make things so much easier for me, being extremely clear. Now this is going to be like a reversal thing, because this is like a little courtyard area there. So that's going to be where we're going to have some really big ancient blocks coming in here, like the blocks from Egypt. There we are. There's one there. There's one there. And there's one there. And we're going to have a look at the block. And this is like a inward area that has a courtyard there. So that's like a little nook in there. So because we've got a little nook there, we're going to go for a brownish colour, and we're going to go for a soft brush, and we're going to come in and we're going to go a dark colour for the in parts. So that's pretty much going to be the colours of that part. Then we have that wall going up into a different sort of thing. And that's like I don't know what this might be. It could be like a tent or something like that. But the floor on the inside of over here is going to be a very dark brown. Right there. The inside of that courtyard is a very dark brown, verging on to a blackish brown. There we go. And we're just going to very softly get this corner to be very softly darkened. To where the shadows are just lingering. In the middle there. Now, that then is going to extend out to this wall here. Which is going to be the darker colour. I tell you now, this is the funnest tablet to work with. We'll go to a black, and we'll go to hard, and we'll go right down again to a very small hard pencil style. And honestly, This is a perfect tablet to do illustrations for children's books. I would use it for that. Not a problem. Even with this crappy program, which is, I don't think it's crappy, but everyone else seems to think it's crappy. I think this program's brilliant, to be honest. It's a far more usable program than the ones I paid a lot of money for years ago. Weren't this good. So for me, because I haven't kept up with the modern times, I think this program's brilliant and exceptionally good. Yeah. Now, I don't know about this part here, but for some weird reason, it seems to be, to me, gonna have some kind of frilly thing going on. Like so. Almost like a curtain coming out of nowhere. And it's gonna have a colour that is odd. And watch this pop. So it looks like a picture frame now. It's going to look like a picture frame. This is what I love about colour. Colour is such a wonderful thing to play with. It surprises me every time whenever I see certain things pop things. I'm like, oh my God. You'd think I'd know by now, with all the art I've done, exactly how the colour will work, but I'm always shocked at how well it can come out. And when it doesn't come out well, it's just not, it goes in the bin. It doesn't get kept. Or it gets painted over again. Many of my canvases have been painted over 3-4 times. After I get bored with a painting, I'll just redo it. Or do a different one over the top of it. And I don't mind doing that because it gives you a lot more gives you a lot more what do you call it? What's it called? When you got texture, gives you better texture. Now, watch when I remove this. Okay, first I'm going to save it before I forget. I'm going to reverse. And I'm using the most basicest of tools. But look at that colour, that little bit of blue. Don't know if you can see it. There. But that little bit of blue there is popping out of nowhere. And it's also tying the sky in with down here. So it's kind of like a little, yeah, it's something that you wouldn't really think to do. It's a random little thing. There you go, have a look at that. But see how it works. It's so random, it works. I've got to get a drink of water. I'm now boiling hot. I wasn't hot before, but now I'm stinking hot. Yeah, I really like this picture. I'm loving this. This is fun. This is a fun, really fun, strange, weird thing. But I love it. Totally love it. I've got to get water. What time is it? I just got to keep an eye out. I've got babies out there. Quite hot. No, they're okay. They're in the shade now. That's good. They've been shaded over the tree. They had shade, but it's the natural shade of what they are. 3 p.m. Okay. Well, ooh, nearly fell over. Yeah, it's a hell of a lot easier than trying to do very steady lines with a paintbrush. Paintbrush is, it's a bit, makes you a bit lazy using this. But, I need to go to black, 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 all the way back and hard. Okay, so here we go. Ah, you're kidding me. It just went, okay. That's okay, easily fixed. See if you can figure out what this is. You probably figured it out pretty quickly. I've just got to get that colour working to where we have thicker. Oh! Okay, we need to go to wet, and we need to be at okay, now we're going to go to this, and we're going to come up here. Going to go along there. Okay, so we got like a building that's made out of and I've used this once before in another painting that I had done years ago at my daughter's house, a big canvas. going to go up here, and this is going to be our colour at the top. It's like a mauvey brown. We'll redefine the lines in shortly. And just a little bit of that up and down in the outside edge. Just to help with the disbursements of colour. Going to go to our black. Going to go back here. Going to go to our hard all the way back, and we're going to do our lines like that. So it's like a so it says used by 02 07 25. I need to find my charger. My thing's about to die. And charge this phone up. So it's like a juice carton or a milk carton, something like that. Fun little building. Fun to make buildings out of juice cartons. I love doing it. I've done it for years. I just like it. Hold on. There we go. Now. And it's going to be... So it's called Milky Life. And then there'll be like a picture of an old bottle on the side. And then we'll get a colour over here. And we might even do a thicker I'm going to go back here. I'm going to get some colours that are going to kind of squiggle all over the place and give us some definition. Then we'll go to black again. We'll go all the way back down. We'll zoom in again and we'll pop the writing. And watch how much difference it makes. And you know, I used to do sign writing. That was one way I worked when I was younger. Just every now and again I'd do sign writing. I used to work for Mobil. A couple of people who owned several Mobil service stations. They owned about 13, 14 stations. And I used to do sign writing for them. Plus I used to work there as well, but they figured out that I could paint and I used to do all their windows. And I had a ball. I got paid $10 an hour, which was a pittance compared to what other sign writers were getting back then. And this is long before sign writing was the way it is now. Nowadays, sign writing is cheating. It's not how it was when I did it. But yeah, when I did sign writing, I had such fun. That was my passion, was doing that actually back in those days. I didn't have any horses back then. I just had a heap of children to look after, and I just enjoyed the work. Well, at the time I only had 2 children, and I didn't work very often. It was once in a blue moon at doing the sign writing. But when I did it, I really, really enjoyed it. I found it to be very enjoyable and very much something that if I could do that again, but nowadays they don't do it. You go on a computer, the computer makes the art up and you turn it into a sticker and it's pretty much over. That's pretty much what you do. But sign writing's like a dead art now. Real sign writing, where you just got there with your hands. You had no stencils or anything. You just got up and bloody well did it with your hands. That's like the best feeling ever. This, what I'm doing here, is cheating because we're using a digital medium. I consider this to be cheating. It's fun though. It's a fun way to do art. Now let's go, let's save, and then let's reverse out and see how cool does that look. How cool is this? It's pretty darn cool. Now I wished I had look at that. So you've got now a very clear and concise picture that would be almost impossible to get otherwise. Love it. Totally love it. I just didn't realise that there was a sharpening effect of this tool. Like, I didn't realise there was a sharper tool that could have such an effect. You could actually get things to be so well done. This is crazy, crazy. Here I am just realising now that there's all these excessive bits and pieces to these tools that I could have been using from the get-go. So I'm learning as I'm going. Learning a lot. And I'm loving it. This is the funnest thing I've done besides the horses. It's the only other thing that's really fun is art. And well, music's fun too. But this is super fun. So fun. Okay. Now, look at how much better that's coming up with that line work, allowing me to have such a really strong line. And let's go down. Now look at the difference between a harsh line like this and a rough line that gives you no certainty of where it's going. So here we go. We're going to correct this up here with we're going to go back to wet watercolor. We're going to bring it up and we're going to get in here and we're going to give that back. Now the wet watercolor is going to really burnish the colors. If there was a color matching tool, it would be great. However, there doesn't seem to be. Although I'm getting fairly close to matching that. It's almost matching. It'll do. It'll definitely do. The other thing it can do is it can define this a little better. So I've kind of changed the jumper to a bit of a different colour, but that's okay. That'll work. We're going to save here. Wow, I'm going to save just in case I make a mistake. Now, I need a drink. Spring water. astonished at the clarity on this screen. This is a 4K screen. It's crazy how beautifully it is able to do these tasks with little to no effort. Now, what I want to do is I want to create, we'll go to the watercolor hard, bring that right back down, and we're going to create a pathway. It's coming down and over here. Like so. And it's going to be a pathway that has many intricacies to it. When I say intricacies to it, I mean lots of bits and pieces that I'm going to utilize in the pathway. It's going to be now it's backwards because this is obviously thicker than this, and this is at the front and that's at the back. But that will work for this particular surrealism. So well, I'm not concerned about that at all. No, I'm not even going to draw them. What I'm going to do instead is I'm going to go with a dark background colour, which is going to be on the ground. I'm going to go big brush all the way up here, get it all in. Then I'm going to just speckle it. And after I've speckled it, I can then... Now, oh, see what's happened here? I've left portion out that I did not include. So I shall have to fix that up. This kind of, it's a little risky using a brush that big because you really are gonna probably invade in your edges that you don't want to invade in. You may get into spots that you don't want to be in. we're just going to try and be as careful as we can so we're not ruining anything that we've already worked hard on. Okay. Now we're going to make this brush smaller. We're going to zoom in so we can get into the edges without damaging the painting we've already done. Right into the edge, close as we can, without causing any damage to anything we've already completed. Now you can just use a pot thing and put the pot there and get it all done, but I like to do it like this. I just like it like this. There's a bit more texture there. You can tell that it's been done by hand and it hasn't been done by a pot, which is a little cheaty thing that we use on here if you are into not wanting to do the hands-on work. Just press the little pot dabble thing and it'll do your edges for you. I like to do it myself. It's more fun. Okay, now you come across here. We're going to go to File. We're going to save before anything else goes wrong. We're going to zoom back out and have a bit of a look. And look at that now. It looks really cool. Not what we want though. So we're going to go back to our black. We're going to go back to our hard. We're going to go all the way down. And we're going to go, we've got 2.4. I think it was 4.6 or something, 4.8 I think. Actually it was about 4.6. So we'll edit, undo, edit, undo. We'll go 4.5 will do us. That's even too much. Okay, so that's okay. We can handle that. Now we'll just go back around over those areas again. Give them a bit more definition so that they're all synchronized. This is where it gets tricky, when you've got to trace over a line you've already done and get it in one swift motion and try not to screw it up, which is what I've just done there. Oh my goodness me, I'm going to edit, undo, edit, undo, edit, undo, edit. I'm going to start again. This is even worse. No, Okay. Let's just take it really slowly. I want to go too slow. If you go too slow, that's when you make mistakes. But if you go too quick, you're going to make mistakes as well. Oh, come on. It's okay, I can work with that. I can work with that bit there. Okay, I can work with that because what I can do is go back onto my previous dark brown colour. And I can get that done. Get back to my black. 4.1 is probably better. Ah! This is what happens if you get too involved. It can get trickier. And you can then start to have problems with your work because you're going to have to retrace everything right from the get-go all the way back. That wasn't too bad. Not too bad. Just not above it enough to kind of work it the way I want it to work. Not quite above it. So okay, that's a little bit better. Well, I just don't know. It's really testy. I need to go in a bit bigger. Okay, let's see if we can do what I want to do. So we've got dark brown, and before I go doing the edges, which is going to be like a light sandstone colour, possibly, maybe even, I might even go with a completely different colour. I don't know yet. We'll see what happens. But what I want to do is there's a spray pattern. There's a sprinkly spray thing. I think it's this one here. Let me just see. No. Oh. Get back here. I don't know which is spray. It could be a... What is stipple? What's that? Oh, no. Yeah. You don't want that. You want to scatter. Mm. Okay. Let me think about this. I've got to think about it. I don't know what scatter means. I have no idea what kind of patterns. Oh, what's this? This was like a... No. No. Oh, shit. No, you just want to go back onto here. Okay. We just want to change it. We want to go back there. No! Oh my God, it's done something. What's it done? It's done something weird here. It's showing all these weird... Okay, let's zoom out. It's got all these things on it. Nothing. That's what we want. Nothing. There we go. Oh, thank God. I had no idea what the heck was going on there. Okay, so we got nothing. All right, so what we want to do is we want to... Oh, this is what I need. Airbrush Soft. So I'm going for colour like white. Okay, let me make my brush huge. Oh, actually that might work. Maybe. Might work. It's actually probably a good... Well, maybe if we change the colour a little bit more. So it's a bit more, less white. And then we could just put like... maybe... Make it like a stepping stone-y thing. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not really not sure. We'll go back to watercolor hard, and we'll go to black, and we'll do like a little, looks like eggs frying, doesn't it? Uh, mm, it's kind of, I don't know. Okay, let me go more to yellow. Go more to yellow. Okay, so what I want to do is go back up to airbrush. I'm going to do airbrush soft, and I'm just going to go to a smaller brush. This can all be corrected if I don't like it. Now I'm going to go to white. Hard white. And I'm going to okay, so it's like fried eggs on the ground, but they're all over the place. Now, one thing I've learned about when we're working with things like this is if you have, for instance, a spot like that where it's overlapped too hard, and you don't want to have to try to go back and edit it out, just put a few corrections elsewhere so it looks like it's meant to be that way. It's all you got to do. It's what they call the happy little mistake, and then you do them on all of them, and it actually enhances it quite nicely there. I'm looking at that. I'm liking the enhancement it's giving me. So it actually worked out as a happy little mistake. Such a strange, a lot of things happening in this picture. But not finished yet. What we want to do, what we're going to do, is going to be stuff that I've always done pictures similar to this, and really is the intricacies that make you really enjoy the weirdness of it all. Making sure I'm at the edge of the paper. Now this happy little accident just happened again. So I'm going to make it so that the fried egg looking thing is coming back out again. Now I'm going to have to zoom in more because it's just getting difficult to see whether or not I'm going across my lines, and I actually am. Oh, we're going to have to undo that. That's not, that one ain't going to work. And over here where it's not quite able to mingle itself right, it's going to be... Now I'm going to fix baby head up first while I'm at it, because it's bothering me. There. That's better. And go back to white. And this kind of stuff is going to be very taxing as far as getting it right every time, because it's very intricate work. I'm going to move that up here so I can see where I'm at. But it's worth all the effort that you put in for the end result. So at some point you got to say, well, I will come to an end point where it's going to be what I need and what I want it to be. And for that reason, I'm happy to stay there for hours on end doing this, because it can be very tedious. Now, I was not going to use a pattern like this, but I think this pattern's actually going to work. Yeah, it's very bizarre, isn't it? It's really bizarre. It's like, it's a wonderland that you might want to go. It'd be a good kind of album art. If you had an album about some weird people in the desert. So, oh, Lord. Honestly, I wished I had have done this on a canvas. It would have been an excellent piece on canvas. I mean, it's excellent as a digital drawing, but I can only imagine how exciting it would have been doing this on canvas. It would take me much longer though, and it would be extremely big. Big and then what we can do here, where it's not joining right, we can just do some excess lines like so, and that brings it all back to itself, which then allows for me to then get this part here sorted. And they look like egg suns. They're pretty much an egg sun. So we've got a milk carton, we've got an egg sun, and we've got, yeah, weird stuff happening. Milk carton hotel. Now, and this could be a story out of this. It could be a story about this. That somebody ends up going into the milk carton hotel accidentally. I've got to zoom in even more here because it's so fine up this end. It's really hard to see where your edges are and not push past the edges in the wrong way. Okay, I'm really liking this. I think it's a decent little bit of art. Very bizarre. Very cool. Now, we're going to file, save. Then we're going to go back onto our black and we're going to fix up our edges that the white has intruded upon. And get those edges back where they belonged. And there we go. And now that we've got that, we're going to go back across our blue here. And bring that back in to order. So that's popping again. Now, well, I don't know. I don't know what to think about this. I'm going backwards. I'm going to reverse. I'm going to save right now. Just have a moment to just look at that. See how I'm feeling about it all. We'll go out one. I'm really liking this. I'm really liking it. It's very busy. But it's also intricate and exciting because there's so much going on, yet there's really nothing going on. Which is kind of like my brain. There's a lot going on when there's nothing happening, really. It's called anxiety. This is anxiety. This is what anxiety looks like. All these things that your brain is like throwing around in your head and pop it out on here. All good. Now, the trick's going to be finding the right colour in here. This is a very important part. These bricks are going to be very important. These bricks here are going to make or break this whole painting. And why do I say that? Well, because my experience with art tells me whatever I put around these bits here and whatever I use, that colour is going to either pop everything or crash everything and make it bad. There is one colour that I don't have a lot of, and I'm going to go for that colour, and it's a Acry darker blue, maybe like that. And I'm going to test it first and foremost. Let's have a test. Let's go to watercolour wet. We'll do one block and see what happens in this colour, this particular colour. Probably should have used not wet. Probably should have just used hard. Don't know why I decided on wet. Wet was not a great idea. It does have a smudgy effect, but I quite like the smudginess. Now, what we could do in this instance is block in sections of blue. So we have blue, and then pick another colour that's going to offset the blue and get those colours to where they're going to be really popping each other. Now let's zoom out before we go any further. What are we, oh yeah, good choice. That's the way to go. So we want to pop that blue in here. I was going to go with more like a sandstone colour, but I'm glad I've decided against that. I may do sandstone in every second block. Blue every single block is going to be too much, I believe. But every second block, I think it will be adequate. It will give that popping without overly doing it. Could even do a different shade of blue. Either a super dark blue or a super light blue. However, because I have this aqua here, we don't want to take away from the aqua. We don't want to unpop the aqua. So we've got to make sure that whatever we use isn't going to disassemble the aqua point. Now, I'm going to put the dark blue next to the aqua. I went over. I'm going to have to undo that. Okay. I'll try again. Oh, hold on. I'll go to blue. Shit. Okay. I'm going to just make the brush a little smaller. This particular area. Okay, I like that blue. That blue is really working. Uses of colour. If you can use colour, it doesn't matter what your subject is. Your subject matter can be dreadful things, good things. If you know how to use colour, people are going to want to look at what you've done. Simply for the colour. So let's go File. Let's save again here. Let's zoom right the hell back out and have a look at that. Now see how that's popping? It's a different shade of blue to here, and it's in between there and there. So what it's doing is it's tying the top to the bottom. It's popping everything. It's popping the reds, it's popping the yellows, it's popping the desert sand. It's coming on immaculately in a beautiful way. Now, what I use next is going to be crucial. However, first I need to figure out yellow, blue. I need to get this part here sorted because I nearly forgot about this. Blue, yellow, blue. Okay, so this is going to be important. Let's think about it. We have the aqua colour there. I love the greens and the aqua. I wouldn't mind using some form of greenish aqua, but let me test it first. I think it may work if it's slightly different to the other aqua. It might pop it nicely. Okay. Not sure. It's kind of in between. It's kind of in between the aqua blue and the aqua green that I've already been using, which is a different colour. It might work. Let's just pop it all in. We can always go over with a different colour if we need to. So for now, just pop it all in and see what happens. Let's get it all in. painstaking. Painstaking, but worth every bit of time and effort. And I know, like, yeah, you can just pop it into a digital AI infuser and that'll do whatever it's got to do, but I do think human hand does better art than a machine. People will tire of the machine art and they'll crave a human element again at some point. It'll be over. The machine art will be over. It's kind of like the CGI. Nobody, really likes CGI movies. Most people can't stand them. They get sick of them very quickly. Sure, it does kind of work for some movies, but mostly children will watch it, but adults tend to veer away from it and fixate on more we're now starting to want more real people doing real things, not CGI stunts. Or I recently watched the new Terminator movie, which was absolutely shit. Sorry, Linda Hamilton. I'm a big Linda Hamilton watcher. I like to see what she's up to. She's been in a lot of shows I've enjoyed over the years, and one of them being Beauty and the Beast, which is really cool. Okay, so now let's have a look. We're going to reverse. Oh yeah, okay, that's working. So we're going to go save. Save. I don't know if it's me or what, but I feel like everything's over. Everything's hot. Everything feels hot. Maybe it's me. Okay. Did I save it? I'll do it again anyway. It won't hurt to save it. Okay, so well, I have this colour here. I'm going to try something here. What did it say? Just said something. I think that's pretty alright. One thing I am seeing that I need to correct and get fixed up a bit is in my yellow, I need to go over here. I need to go to watercolour wet. Hey, how you doing?
Hey. Looks great. You're doing a great job.
It's really interesting, but I think I don't know, can you just touch that screen and feel if you think it's hot? Or anywhere around it? I feel like it's hot.
No, that feels normal.
Okay.
Yeah.
It seems to be happening when I'm putting my hands over the top of the screen. It feels like it's hot. Here, right here.
Probably because
Feel
that
that?
part of your skin is lots more sensitive.
But feel there.
Feels normal to me.
Okay.
Probably just 'cause
Nothing
you
to
do it.
worry about.
That looks great though, by the way.
Thanks. Yeah. Oh, it's weird, hey? Like,
Yeah, it's evolving. How it's evolving.
it's just, who knows what's going to happen next.
Yeah.
But
I've been-
I totally love it. Would
Yeah.
you use it as an album cover?
Possibly, yeah. Very cool. Very, very nice.
Yeah.
I fed Tootie and everything. He's got medicine. So don't get
Okay,
worried.
what time is... Oh, shit, it's 4:15.
I'll bring the kittens in.
Last time I looked up, it was 3 o'clock.
Yeah, got some chickens away, so don't worry.
Oh, thank you. What about the baby chooks?
No, they're still out there.
Oh, okay. I'm going to have to go and get them. Okay, I'm going to go and get some baby chickens. I'm just going to leave this sitting here for a bit for everyone to absorb. See what they think about it. It's a strange painting, but I'm going to go put some chooks away. I'll be back. I'm enjoying it. It's really evolved from yesterday. Alrighty, just a moment. I will be back. I've got to go and put away. I put the baby chickens away. They have caused a big fuss. Now I'm going to put away. Oh, come on, Fizzy. No, cats can't come in here. Not while I'm working. Out you go. I'll be back. dear. Everything turned itself off. Here we go. Oh yeah, okay. Back to it. Sorry about that. Had to go and put some horses away and feed some horses and stuff. But I'm back at it again. So, we got the Milky Life. I'm going to zoom in now because we're going to start doing some other things. So I'm going to go to my black and I'm going to go zoom again back across the back end, and I'm going to go to watercolor hard. Oh, edit, undo. Okay, watercolor hard. So I've discovered something just then that I didn't know until just then. And that is, I discovered that when you're using your watercolor hard, you've got to be, if you turn your pencil onto a, we want it on hard. Well, I've just undone it. Oh, this is driving me crazy. Okay. Okay, so coming back here. I'm trying to keep myself on my line. I've been at this for a few hours. So I'm just trying to see if my pen's going to behave better if I do. There we go. That's what I was after. Okay. So I was after the mixing level being slightly stronger than it was. So I thought if I put it the other way, but it's around the, I had it in reverse. It needs to be this way for it to work, which is good to know. Okay, and that's, of course, an excellent thing to have found out and gotten sorted. Leaves are falling, how will they know it's time to go? Come the winter's song and the birds in spring again. I do not have time. Who knows where time goes? Who knows where across the summit or other. All the birds are leaving. How I didn't know it's time to go. So come the winter storm, and birds of spring again. I do not count the time. Oh, who knows where the time goes? Oh, who knows where time goes? Oh, across the winter sun, all the birds are leaving. How do they know it's time for them to go? Oh, come the winter storm, and the birds of spring again. I don't remember the words, I can't remember the words. God knows where my love goes. Who knows where time goes? I'm going to save that very quickly so I don't forget and have a problem with it later on. Okay, so, oh, hang on, I'll undo that. That one there, I'll go further down. So that's going to be like a crowny crown with holes in it. Yeah, it can be a little tricky. Okay, so what we're going to try to do is define it a bit better. Had I realised the other day that I had this thing that could be sharper, I would have done it already, but it's okay. A bit extra work, but it's worth every bit of it. And the beautiful thing about it is it allows me to spend a bit more time figuring out things before I do the next lot of stuff on here. Give me a bit of time to work it out. Whereas ordinarily, I'd have to figure it all out by now. And if I had paint, I'd have to try and use up all my paint while I was going and make my paint work well. So it's a great thing. So I'm going to go right down to 2 on here. Like a smirk on the face there. And we might even pop some very, very short, but fast strokes here for eyelashes. And this short bit of eyebrows. Okay, so we've defined things a lot better now, which means The things that are defined are clear and very easy to pick out amongst everything else. So that's worked out well. Okay, let's go to save. And let's do a reverse out for a minute. And everything's popped a lot better. That's better. Okay, I'm happy with that. So what we're going to do now is we're going to figure out what we're going to do in here. So we have the sandy desert looking thing. But are we going to keep the sandy desert? Or are we going to do something else? Well, there's a couple of things we could do. We could keep the sandy desert and just leave that completely flat. So we move back out and have a look. It works either way. It's very busy, but do we want to get busier or do we want to get less busy? I'm kind of thinking maybe to continue with some buildings behind here over this side. So I'm going to go with moving this up here. I'm going to go to a very quick quick and okay, so we're going to let the desert kind of work around that. And we're going to use these column looking things here. Actually, we better undo that. Oh yeah, I can see how it's supposed to go. Okay, so that's meant to go like that down a hill. Now, this is going to be really weird because I've just realized what these things here are, what that is. And, well, I don't know if I like what it is. I'm thinking I'm gonna, well, Jesus, I don't know. I'll try it. Okay, so I'm going to go with the colour. I'm going to bring the brush right up. I'm going to go to watercolour. I'm going to go across to here. I'm going to just, whoa. We need to bring that back. We need to edit and undo that. This is probably where the pot filling thing probably works best. Where's the pot? Let's do the pot. Well, it might not. So this is the problem when you get to a point where you've got a lot of stuff that you need to do in close. You've got to mingle with the stuff that you had outside. So I'm going to go with hard, and I'm going to push that brush back, and it's just going to be one big hard colour. I'm going to bring it forwards. I can catch up later with the undercolour. Okay, so what I want to do is have a base colour there, which I've got, the base colour. Then I want my external colour, which is going to be this colour. Actually, no, that's not the colour I'm after. I'm after a... I'm going to bring that back to a smoother transition. And we're going to have it back here. Bring it all the way back to a really small section there. Okay, now I want to go wide but light, like a light. No, that's not the colour I'm after. After a... This might be it. That might be better. Soft. Brush size is gonna be minimal. Okay, so at this point, I'm trying really hard to find the colour I'm after. Not easy to get it when it's not saved. I need to start learning how to save colour. Don't know how to do that yet. I've got to, I think you have to make a custom palette and go from there. So that's probably what I need to learn how to do. I'll have to do some tutorials on it and figure it out. I'm sure there's somebody who knows how to do this. Okay, so we're basically making a piece of bread now. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back onto my watercolour hard, and I'm going to go right back and I'm going to do my edging. We're at the pixels now. Once we get at the pixels, it's then really about trying to keep things flowing because, and it's pixelated like this, it's hard to decide what it is you're actually doing with your drawing. Let's reverse. Oh, I like that. Yeah, that looks like a piece of bread. Okay, so we'll save that. Wow. Okay. I like that. That's really pretty cool. Now, we'll zoom back in again. Move across and zoom into this piece here, which is going to be about that colour. And we're going to go extend. That's probably too, maybe that's better. Bread colour. I'm going to go back to black. Going to go all the way back down. Finish this off. Okay, go back up here to the browny colour. Get the brown happening, which is the crusty part of the bread. And goes up and over. And cross. we go across to a lighter colour, which is gonna just cause a little bit of something there. Now I'm going to go to my brown, go all the way back, and I'm going to go to a darker coloured brown. We're again on a pixel level, so we're seeing exactly how many pixels we're actually utilising in this. The touch response and sensitivity is unbelievable. Honestly, probably I just can't believe how they create these things. Like, I'm surprised at how well they are. I mean, I know there's touch phones and things now. It's all modern. I've got one that I can do touching on too, but what's amazing is the ability for the pressure levels to, if I want to press hard, I can get a really hard lump, or I can press super light and get almost non-seeable. But yet they're still there, but they're almost not even able to be seen. Which means making stuff like pieces of bread and things, painting, it's pretty darn good. Like, I don't have my glove on, by the way. I should probably put my glove on so I don't wreck my screen. Forgot about that. It just feels odd, but yeah, they do recommend it to protect your screen. Now, what I'd like to do is I'd like to get all black hard and get my outline done. Undo. Yeah, undo. Okay, let's go out. So we've got 2 pieces of toast, which actually are working very well. Okay, so we're going to go File, Save. Okay, have a break for a second, get a drink. Rightio. Well, this is strange. Okay, so what I've got here seems to be some kind of a box. It's kind of hidden behind that wood, behind that thing. So what is it? Is it a box? I don't bloody know. Okay, let's have a look. Color wise, what are we really thinking? What are we thinking of? Are we thinking it's is it white? Is it a white line? White line? White box? I don't really have anything white in this whole thing, apart from the white lines in the thing. So having something white may be beneficial right now in amongst all of the colour, just to give it a small tone down. And I think it's an idea. I think it is an idea. I think it's going to work. I really want this to be a box of something, but I don't know what it is yet. It's not letting me know what it is yet, so I have to be patient and figure it out sometime later when things all start working together. It's just a strange thing that happens with me. I have no clue what I'm actually doing as far as what is this and what does it do and what is it? Is it some kind of a, I don't know what it could be. However, I will find out eventually later on. It's not green enough. They're more green, more aqua. I can't get that colour to match. I don't know why I can't, but I can't. It's just not quite matching, but it's okay. It's blending. It's working regardless of not being exact. May actually be to my advantage that it's not exact. It looks like some kind of tissue box. Who knows? Let's reverse and have a look from further back. It might work. I don't know. It seems to be like it needs a... It's like it's missing something. Here it is. It's missing something down here. So basically, if I give it a edge, oh, I see what's going on right here. So I'm giving it an edge. I'm going to go back to my black. Giving it an edge. Okay. I don't like the white. I don't think it's meant to be white. I think the white has to go. I don't like the white at all. That's not where it needs to be. Okay, so I'm going to redo that. I'm going to go down to the midpoint. I really don't know what that is going to do. But what I need to do is to figure out, I think I know what's supposed to be there. I think it's supposed to be a dark wooden box and forget about the X. The X isn't there. It's not going to be important. We just want the dark wood with the blue transition. So it's a box that has something in it. I don't know what it's got in it, but it's got something important in it. So maybe it's a jewellery box. I don't know. I like the dark brown with the blue. I think that works. I'm going to make this pencil a bit bigger so I can just very quickly do that. I think that works well. I'll make it smaller in a moment and I'll get the edges in shortly. But let's get the biggest parts done as quickly as we can. Okay, we'll reduce down. Oh, this is so fun. I'm having an absolute ball. Probably not fun for other people, but it's fun for me. I like watching other people draw and paint and do things. Especially when they're doing it by hand. I love it. Ah! Oh, thank God. Thank God for edit and undo. Okay, so that's like that. So that just may be like that, and that just may be what that is. I don't know. It may just be that that's how that is. I do like the darker colour around the edges much better. And then what I guess what could even happen is there could be some intricate little things going on. Perhaps there could be some little spots or something like that. Oh yeah, that looks like it's got little spots. Okay, I see. Oh yeah. And we'll go smaller on the outer edge. That could be like little nail. You know how they had their little tacks and things back in the day in the boxes? They used to tack your material and stuff into the box. These little tacks. Tables and chairs and everything. All had tacks. This might be what this is about. That might be what this is about. which means a very good thing. Alright, I like that. That looks doable. Now we're going to go might go to watercolour hard. That might be the way to go. A little bit more intricate than you'd want to really continuously be doing. But, like I said, the end result is worth the time and effort you got to put in. Like with anything in this world, if you don't put time and effort in, you don't get a great result. You want a good result, you have to really put the time and effort in. The beauty of this is it costs nothing to paint or do a drawing, because I don't have to physically buy paints or drawing materials. So it gives me an option that is good for me. Let's move back out. Have a look. Alright, we're getting there. We're slowly getting there. I keep banging this table. Sorry about that. My chair is like not where it needs to be. But, yeah, it's like a... I might have a break for a bit. I've been going at it for a while. It's now 5:45. I'm going to have a break. I'm going to file and save. And I'll also file save as. Save. Okay. So if I now go onto there, hopefully when oh, please don't tell me please don't tell me. Oh, you're kidding me. What the motherfucking shit? You're kidding me. I can't believe this. All that work I did is gone. It can't be. Oh, you are kidding me. Okay, I'm going to have to... This isn't good. I can't believe this. I just spent that whole time. Oh my God. It can't be. I kept saving it. Oh my God. You're kidding me. You're kidding me. No way. How do I go to file? File. Open recent file. Oh, you are kidding me. No fucking way. No fucking way. Oh. No fucking way. Oh, you're fucking kidding me. I can't believe this. Okay, so what's happened is I thought it was... You're kidding me. Okay, I'm going to have to sort this out. Alright, never mind. I'll have to go fix it up. I'll have to leave for now. Thanks for watching. Bye.